Hello, Penguin. Okay, I'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Ah, okay. Okay, hello, everybody. What are we doing today? Well, railroad diagrams. That's what we've been doing, and that's what I'm gonna keep on doing. So I worked on my railroad diagrams yesterday. I have made more railroad diagrams, better railroad diagrams um for describing Ziggy. I've introduced new concepts. So, for example, this is a new concept that you see here. This is a segment with a tiny label that did not exist before. I added it, and it's useful for annotating things in general. Like, you know that when you're going down this path, you're defining the integral, and then down here there's the fraction, and then the exponent of this float. Same here. The label can also be the label can be given to arbitrary nodes. I just did the work. Previously, I did the work to have the label be only on top of a uh, on top of a non-terminal node, but then now I generalized it. So I now understand the system better. I was able to swap out some hard-coded values for the correct parameterization with regards to whatever other node you combine it with. I hope, I think. So yeah. How does it work? Are you print formatting a SVG? Yes, indeed. So here's how it works. You write a Ziggy document with all these elements. And the good news is that, I have a Ziggy schema for it. So, yeah, you get help from your editor, right? You have all the bells and whistles. And then there's the implementation that I wrote that consumes it. And yeah, it renders SVG. So it does the layouting and then it renders a bunch of SVG. Yeah, it looks pretty good. I also, so here's what I was thinking of working on now. There is one thing that is not yet supported well. It is partially supported, which is when you, where's the gap thing? Hello? Determine gaps. If we start aligning things left, if we start aligning things left, everything actually works pretty smoothly. So like this is fine, although I think that is not super important. This is fine. This actually becomes more readable than the centered version. I feel like that aligning everything to the left for this one does help a little bit. No, it's not nothing huge, but it is slightly more accessible in my opinion. This is all well and good. But here's where things get weird. Essentially, the group box on left alignment is, well, out of center, if you will, or too wide, maybe technically. Actually, no, it is not too wide. That is actually, yeah, this is correctly doing what it's supposed to be doing, but it is not. Um, but it is not good. I just put it that way. So in a sense, the box is is kind of fitting its purpose, and the problem is that this is a bug in the design. This is not a bug in my re-implementation. This is like designed wrong, and I'm not even sure what the solution should be in this case. Like essentially, you would still want the box to be rendered centered on the top of whatever it is that it is rendering. That is kind of what you would want, I think. And we could, in theory, react to the knowledge that we're trying to align things to the left. So we could try to compensate for that. I don't know if that would solve the full problem, but let me try to mess around with it a little bit and see where that leads us. So what if we did minus gaps 1 divided by 2? What would you say? No, that's not it. Definitely. So it's definitely a different formula. Uh, so in theory, we could shorten it. Like I'm also surprised that it is wider. Yeah, the problem is we don't know. Let me think about it for a second. What we don't know is how much of the child is now all the way to the left. I guess it's padding. Yeah, it's multiple of padding, right? Now that I think about it. So it's probably minus padding. It's either like minus padding or padding divided by 2, something like this, right? Yeah. Let's do the divided by 2. Oops. But for these to even have a chance to make sense, yeah, there we go. Now it is centered. So now it is centered. That is what we want. Now now the box follows the item where it is. Yeah, it is correct everywhere now. By the way, the label also needs to shift. So for this to make sense, we need knowledge of the fact that we are rendering aligned left. And so that means that it needs to be a diagram level setting, which is currently not. Currently it's hard coded. So let's go to diagram. Let's add the concept of body delimiters, body label delimiters, um, alignment, which is center. left, center, right. Yeah, I think now we're cooking. Determine gaps. Alignment takes in. Mm, 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 mm. So we could make it a diagram function, actually, so that you can observe alignment from the diagram. But then you wouldn't be able to override it. So never mind. Alignment is alignment. Switch alignment. Okay, so now this is something that we look when we format. So when we call render SVG, we should pass down also the alignment. We pass it as the first argument. The dot alignment. I would pass it last, I guess. XY width and then alignment. Okay, and then there's a bunch of calls that need to be updated. Okay, let's see which ones I've missed. Node enum declared here. No, oh, the null ones. Right. So it's the call to determine gaps, which now wants alignment instead of null. This is actually the same line for everybody. Yeah, so they're all correct except this one that is hard coded, which is fine. Memory function expected for arguments found 4, 670. 670, 670. 670. 687. How's your Discord alternative coming along? Hello, Chris. It is currently on temporary pause because so it was on pause because of regressions in Zig's ability to translate C files in the in the unstable in master branch. So I took that as an opportunity to do a round trip over my own projects, which were in need of some love actually for some time because I've been working on a Weibo, the Discord alternative, for a while. So now I'm essentially completing my circle around everything else. and I'll circle back to Awebo actually soon. Let's say that I mean I have some conference coming up, so August is also coming. So it's not a hard rule. I don't know. It might be sooner, but let's say at like a very lax estimate by September, I will be back on it for sure. In the meantime, look, I'm doing railroad diagrams. They're cool. What can I say? No, but seriously, it's not like it's not a project where like I don't lose steam on my projects. I've grown enough as a software engineer that I don't lose steam anymore on my projects. But I accepted to take on duties that occasionally require me to focus on something else for a while. It might be months, so not an endless amount of time. It might be a few months, which is happening right now with Zine. That's why I'm making a new Zine release. I made a forum for Zine. I fixed some bugs, introduced some new features, and now I'm working on this railroad stuff for the schema language, which is I'm in the process. I'm also making a Zig library for rendering those. So I'm doing this stuff, and then I will be back to Awebo. So don't worry. And same for people that had not seen me work on Zine for a while. It wasn't abandoned. I was on Weibo, but I'm back and I'm pushing Zine forward a bit, and then we'll see what happens. Okay, are we building? We're not building. 7:35. Okay. Did we break anything? We actually did break something. What the fuck is going on? Why is this rendering like this now? Bro? Excusez-moi? Oh no, right. So what? Okay, wait. This is all correct. So what happened is that we are back to trying to render everything in a centered manner, not on a left aligned manner. But the group rendering is hard coded, and now we just need to and now it just happens to be wrong because it's not parameterized anymore. So okay, for right, I don't know what the right answer is. I guess we'll learn. Also, I think I would say that this is negative. Okay, so now it means that everything is centered again, and we are aligned correctly again with these boxes. And it seems that we are. Now, let's say that I take one of these diagrams and I make it left aligned. So let's say that I wanted enum to be left aligned. So I need to change the schema because I'm saying now that a diagram has delimiters, has a label, and it has a alignment. And alignment is optional. left, center, right. So now I go into my zin Ziggy and I say that enum we were saying is now left aligned. And it works. Everything moves correctly. Okay, out of curiosity, what happens if we do right? I think that the way it's coded right now, it's wrong. Yeah. We need to do essentially the same the other direction. So, uh, so on right, it's padding divided by 2. There we go. Okay. Well, that is it essentially. I guess we could have a like a global option for all diagrams, but no, I don't want to do that. Okay. Or I guess we could change the default. You know, let me change the default to right just so that I can see them temporarily, just so that I can see them. Okay, so this one is gone. In root, default value is now right. Let's see how things render. Okay. So far, so good. Nothing broke. I would say that right alignment is kind of cursed. I don't recommend doing it. Can you explain what you're doing? This. I'm rendering these diagrams. I have I have a program that takes in a data structure where you define a diagram, and this is the data structure. It's defined using my schema language. My JSON replacement language is called Ziggy. So you define the diagram, you render it, and it renders. And so that allows you to, you know, you ever want to make a language or, you know, something that has some kind of grammar or some kind of, I don't know, thing that makes sense to represent as a railroad diagram. There you go. You can have it. And I'm writing it in Zig, so you can compile it for Zig, and you know, well, you can compile it in for whatever platform you want. So it's pretty portable. You can make a static executable, so it you can bring it with you, and you don't risk. You know, there's no fear that it's gonna fail. Oh, here's what I noticed. This is wrong. I'm missing one item in here. So let's go in number integer, and it's between 19 and 09. So it's down here. 1909. There is between the two. There is also an optional choice. A choice between skip and terminal underscore. What the fuck did I just do? I added I added it in the wrong place. This is not the 19 that I was looking at. Oh yeah, it's the integral part of float. I'm dumb. So it is in float. It's in here. It's in here. There we go. What does it render into? Is it a file or are you rendering into the window? It renders to an HTML. Well, it renders to SVG files. Right now, I'm placing these SVG files inside of an HTML page so that I can easily review all of them in a browser window. But it creates .svg files. Yeah. So you can put them on websites, in your README, you know, the usual stuff. Okay, that being said, I do think that this guy benefits from being aligned to the left. Let me try to change float to align to the left. And by the way, here's the beauty of using my tooling. I can do autocomplete, and it tells me what I can do. Okay, so this squeezes it a little bit. This has not done much. Huh. I mean, it's better than nothing. I think I prefer it this way. You use an SVG processing library of some kind, or you wrote it yourself? I SVG processing library. No, I have prints. I print out the SVG text myself. I have some convenience functions like write path has the concept of operations, but it's like, yeah, we just print it out. There's no need for something more complicated than this in this context. Like there is no point in, like, there is no manipulation, there is no, you do a layout pass, you do a render pass, and as you render, you don't even buffer, you just flush out. The only thing that would benefit from buffering, which I think I will include eventually, is these boxes. You would want them to be rendered very last, the dashed box, because otherwise it gets it falls behind other SVG elements. In floats, why not group 0 with the first 1-9? There's a skip path after that. Because then you would be able to do 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then nothing else. A number, violent numbers don't have a leading 0 unless it's just 0. So it's on a separate path precisely to exclude this case. I think that the left half of the integer part, is erroneous because you can't enter underscore in the second half. Wait, what? Where? 0x04 is valid. Oh, wait. So I don't have. Wait. Oh, okay. But in any case, this. Are you saying that this is supposed to be an underscore? Yeah, I can start with 0. Okay, sorry. I'm not sure if I'm not sure if what you were asking has been fully answered or not. I'm assuming it is. Although here you did put a dot. Yeah. So what about this? Okay, is this a valid float? Good question. The answer is, according to this graph, no. The question is, do we want to support hexadecimal floats, octal floats? It's debatable. So here's the full answer. We pretend like it doesn't exist. Well, it's a trade-off, right? If you can add support for this stuff, you complicate the language, you complicate the parser, you pacify it, if you will, in terms of performance and complexity. But it might be worth it because you get some utility out of it. So I am of the opinion that supporting integer hexadecimals and integer binaries and integer octets is worth the complexity. I think it's good. Like, I can see that you have config file where you have file permissions, and for convenience you would like to have the file permissions be rendered as an octal. That looks good, and it is, in my opinion, preferable than having than not using numbers. Like, you use a string to represent the octet, but it's a number. It's just not a normal number. So I think it's good to have this. As for floats, having I think that like hexadecimal and other weird floats are exponentially less useful. But here's one big open question. What if we tried to be a superset of Zon as well? Up until now, I have not explored this possibility yet. If we want to be a superset of Zon, we then need to support hexadecimal floats and whatnot, because Zig supports them, and thus Zon supports them as well. But trying to be a superset of Zon is, I mean, it's possible, but it is a little bit complicated. But it is possible. I wasn't 100% sure that it would be possible, but now that I looked more into precisely how strings are spec'd in JSON, so we can make our strings be a superset of both JSON strings and Zig strings. What base is the E? I don't think there's an E. I don't think there's an E in hexadecimal. There's an exponent, but I think it uses a different letter. It uses P, and I don't know actually what P stands for. Power of whatever that base is. Question mark? I'm not sure, but I know that it's a P. It's not an E. Like, if you look at the Zig grammar, you will see. Well, the Zig language reference. You don't need the grammar. What do you think about meta viewport thing in HTML? Is it really necessary to specify, or browser should handle it automatically? I assume you know more than me about it. Context. Thinking friendly HTML is already semantically aware and declarative. The phone should be able to figure out everything automatically. Yeah, I don't know. That's I think I have the diametrical opposite perspective on these things that Andrew does. He believes that you should be the one that decides how to essentially style and view the content, like you, the reader, and that shouldn't be something that the author enforces. I instead think that as the author, I want to give my users also my what's the word? My layouting, my choice of fonts, what I emphasize more and what I emphasize less. Fuck, there's a word for this that I'm forgetting. It's not layouting. It's more than layouting. It's layouting plus some more visual stuff. There's a terminology for it. It's essentially the main job of the browser. Man, what is that term? Pagination? No, it's an even broader term. It's an even broader term of the general work that the browser does to, I think it's typeset. It's typesetting. Yeah. I think that the work of I think that I, as the author, want to provide you with my typesetting choices. And so I do typesetting for you, the reader. Obviously, I can do a better or worse job at it. There can be readers that have different preferences than mine. the browser still allows them if they really want to mess with this stuff, right? With, for example, the reader view. That said, I don't share the same perspective, so I'm sorry. Um, I think there are historical reasons why you have to add this tag for browsers. Also, here's my take on this whole story. Okay, whatever you decide what you want to think about the discussion. Here's what I think about the discussion. This meta is not self-closing. Stop self-closing void tags. that's my pet peeve. No, but jokes aside, let me put it this way. I really have this absolute opposite perspective on these things. Also, when it comes to emails, there's people that send you emails that have that are like 80 or 120 columns wide, and then they put a new line in there. So they put a new line in the email, and sometimes you read the email in a viewport that is ever so slightly smaller than what they gave you. And so now there's like the natural new line, like the line that continues on the virtual line break, and then there's the hard-coded line break, one word after, one letter after, and it sucks. So so I think that you shouldn't hard-code emails to 80 columns, and instead you should let the reader have the ability to squeeze it more and less without this problem. That's an issue with your reader. Well, I mean, I guess it depends. If you assume that a plain text email is markdown, then sure, you can reinterpret the new line. But should you assume the plain text emails are markdown? I would say that's an opinionated choice. Again, well, I mean, we're thinking about the same stuff, I guess. But I don't know. In any case, to be honest, you know what I do? What I do is I usually reply with the same style that I receive. So if people give me 80 column email, I give them back an 80 column email. If they give me an email without any line break, I give them back an email without any line break. So, long story short, I don't know. I have my hot takes on this stuff. I don't feel too strongly about it. Personally, I feel much more strongly about the trailing slash the attempt at self closing void tag than anything else. But I think that sorry. I've been ranting, but I haven't really put effort into answering into trying to be useful to Andrew Kravsky, who asked, Andrew, here's my understanding, which is not authoritative, so take it with a grain of salt. But my understanding is that HTML had a bunch of rules on how to display it or not. And for backwards compatibility, that's what browsers keep doing by default. That approach is suboptimal in the presence of widespread usage of mobile devices, where you want a more I don't know what to call it, elastic way of interpreting the page. And that's what this tag is supposed to do. This tag is essentially telling the browser to drop that way of looking at things and to change the default way of operating. Like, it gives the browser the freedom to reinterpret stuff in a different way without breaking backwards compatibility with older pages. That's it. Is it good? Is it bad? I don't know. I really don't know. The web is a complicated spaghetti plate of accidents of history, backwards compatibility, which sometimes is desirable, sometimes, in my opinion, is out of place. I honestly think that it is fine to have new engines break super old pages. I think it's fine. Um, and I think it's fine if in exchange you get an opportunity to rein in the insanity that comes from having bad decisions layer on top of bad decisions layer on top of bad decisions over the decades. And the point is that, you know, you cannot not make bad decisions from time to time. So um so whatever you design, you need to have a plan. You need to have a contingency plan for somehow eventually not keep losing, and you know, and compensate for the things that all the things that you did wrong over the decades. So I feel like that the web doesn't really have a good plan for that. They're trying, like for example, some things I think, at least from a user perspective, I don't have an opinion implementation wise because I've not worked on the implementation. Like, I'm not aware of the implementation and I've never implemented something comparable. But for example, Flexbox seems a good idea. I'm glad that they added Flexbox at some point. It has, for me, simplified layouting significantly. Layouting went from, holy shit, how do you center a div, which I know it's the joke, but like, how do you do this? How do you do that? Oh, I did float right because I was trying to put things on the same line, and now my thing is impossible to maintain because I don't understand what's going on anymore. To Flexbox row, awesome. Flexbox column, awesome. Space between, flex begin, flex end, works beautifully. So so there's good stuff. There's good stuff going on, but there's also bad stuff that is maintained that should be absolutely thrown into the garbage. And I do think that, and here's what I think. I'll stop here. This is my last piece of rant, and then I'll stop. But I think where this becomes from annoying to goes into being egregious is the fact that these always accumulating complexity when it comes to the web has been leveraged by ad companies, especially that one ad company, to essentially corner the web market and become a monopolist when it comes to a lot of things, so that they can eventually shove more ads down your throat, whether you like it or not. And it got to the point where these people, which do not deserve, in my opinion, any form of sympathy, have now found a way to prevent your browser from having good ad blocking. Like, fuck that. And I will say also that that is partially our fault, because people that want to do bad shit to you is always going to be there. And in my opinion, it is your duty to be awake and you know, not get taken advantage of. If you play Secret Hitler, you know that you need the liberals to work hard and think about what is the state of the game, because a lazy liberal in Secret Hitler that doesn't spend effort trying to understand the state of the game is essentially a tool for the fascists to win the game. I have played many games where I've made friends with a liberal, as me playing fascist. I've made friends with a liberal, and they have been instrumental to fucking up the whole game for the rest of the liberals and allowing us to win the game. And I can promise you the same exact things happens also in real life. So yeah. Is there any static analyzer for C that catches segfaults or use after free? Static analyzer? Probably yes. If you ask me for a name, I cannot give you one. but I would not be surprised if there are ones. Well, Valgrind is not a static analyzer though. There is runtime tools like Valgrind that will reliably catch use after freeze if you run the program with Valgrind. But yeah, static analyzers there are. Keep in mind though that a static analyzer is not going to be able to catch everything, because if you have weird runtime stuff, like reference counted things, whether you do the math right or wrong at runtime, that is something that a static analyzer cannot guarantee all that easily. The only way for you to be able to obtain that is to have a essentially use some structured way of doing this kind of stuff that the analyzer essentially can turn into a it's not static analysis, in the general sense, but you are essentially now looking into like a theorem proving thing. So you can do some of that. It's just that it's not all that easy. Because it's not all that easy in general. So essentially this is what you get from the borrow checker, right? The borrow checker is a theorem proving system that's embedded into Rust, and so as long as you express memory management in a way that the borrow checker knows how to build proofs for, then it will be able to guarantee that you don't fuck it up. Meta tag is not even specified properly by the spec. Well, yeah, that is the state of a lot of things. In any case, you're looking at well, you're looking at CSS viewport 1. I guess because the meta stuff relates to that. Actually, I don't even know how content device with like viewport content device with stuff works precisely. So never mind. I will not say anything on that. In any case, yeah, I don't know. Gray Otter, you mentioned that you had something that you wanted to say. Feel free to say it if you want. Of course. Also, like, don't ask for permission. It's fine. In Syria, now I'm using F sanitizer. Oh yeah, there's also runtime stuff. Of course, there's also ASUN. By the way, sorry, I have my eyes are burning and I don't know why. There's also ASUN, TSUN, UBSUN. They also are essentially in the same ballpark of Valgrind. They will catch bad stuff at runtime for sure. Okay. So I think that here so far so good. So what do we want to do next? I think I have a couple of classes to implement still. And then, you know what? I think at this point, it's a matter of engineering this whole system a little bit more. Like, this library is already pretty good. I've passed it, quote unquote, by using it enough to say that the majority of bugs have been ironed out. I do not exclude that there might be. Actually, I know there are a couple of things that are just not accounted for correctly, and I don't know what the solution for that should be. I tried to fix them, but I'm not confident the fix is actually all that correct. But that is the best that I can do for now. So, setting that aside, though, this seems pretty good. So here's what I think I want to do. maybe add links to these labels so that they can reference one another when they contain something that is referenceable. When they contain something that is not like a character class, which by the way, I think it might even be worth formalizing. Like it would be cool if we could formalize this as its own separate thing, where essentially it's you know that it's a node that contains a character class in it, a character or a character class, or actually you could say it's always a character class. Do, 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 do. Um, I'm not sure. Sorry, I'm not sure what you're trying to say. So you're saying that if you wear in Jared's shoes, then you would see it as a personal attack. I mean, it is without a doubt criticism of Jared. I don't know what personal attack means or not, honestly, in this context, in the sense that um, if you do bad stuff and people say that you did bad stuff, and when I say doing bad stuff, I don't mean necessarily being super evil and doing evil stuff on purpose. I'm saying things did not go well. Maybe because you tried and failed. Maybe because you didn't try at all. Maybe because you tried a little bit but it wasn't hard enough. I don't know. So all of this is let's say debatable. Um, Imagine you described something I did and I thought it was a fair description, but everyone else was mad at you for saying that about me. I wouldn't survive. Imagine you described something that I did and I thought it was a fair description, but everyone else was mad at you for saying that about me. Okay. But is this the case here? I don't think that Jared believes that the description is fair. I think he's a bit drunk off the Kool-Aid. Wait, so answer this. Do you think that Jared is or is not? Like, what do you think Jared thinks of that article? I mean, my, if he believes in what he's doing, then even more the reason to not agree with it, I think. Hypothetically, if he saw things the same way that I and many others do. Okay, so you're saying he's looking at things differently. He is into the startup mindset, and thus I think it's impossible to get someone to understand when their salary depends on them not understanding. Yeah, that's a very old saying. Where he doesn't see the code he's committing is slop. Okay, that's fair. So, but that means that he is in disagreement with Andrew's description, because Andrew's description is essentially, yeah, calling the slop. Actually, I think the blog post is not really focusing on the slop match. He's focusing on the whole thing as a whole. He's disconnected from simple reality. Okay, I see. Well, I don't know. Ultimately, for me, here's what it matters. What matters is that Jared is selling this approach as as a good way of looking at software, and I don't think it is. Jared has uh, interacted with this community as an employer in ways that have been not always uh, good, respectful of the employee, and that to me is these are the two things that I personally am annoyed about, and that I think, but regardless of annoying, these are the two things that I believe it is correct to push against. Um, the first one is because you're a software engineer and you want to do good software engineering for people, so I think it's fair to have some push and pull in regards to that. But in a sense, the second one is even the more important one. Like, um, again, I think enough has been said publicly, but I can promise you there are some. Maybe horror is too strong of a word, but there are some not great stories about what was happening at Ban, where how people were being hired, how people were being treated after they had been hired. Um, again, nothing to go to jail for, so that we're clear. Nothing to go to jail for, but still, a few things were not the greatest, and while Jared is not going to come and tell you that this is what happened, I do believe that Ban has burned its ability to hire from the Z community, and it's now essentially hitting the reset button, and it's now starting again outside of the Z community. To some degree, it's now starting to drink from the pool of Rust developers. I hope that they will be given better treatment now that Ban is not a startup anymore and it's part of a bigger company. Although Anthropic does not strike me as a particularly, particularly like, I don't even know what the word is, like serious institution, like a serious organization that is guaranteed to treat people ethical. Yeah, thank you. Maybe ethical is, yeah, they do not strike me as particularly ethical. So who knows what's going to happen? But I sincerely hope that it's going to be better. That being said, bad shit has happened before, and whether that is a personal attack to Jared or not, I don't know. And frankly, I don't give a flying fuck, because I think that that should take precedence. Like the fact that this has happened should not be shuffled under the rug, because this might or might not be a personal attack. And in fact, I will tell you, here's the thing that personally also makes me feel, not happy but at peace with the outcome. I challenge you to find a single person on this planet that feels like they have been lied to when talking to me about Ban. I have never ever done that. I have not, I have not gone on Twitter to complain about Ban in the past, but every single time I've interacted with somebody who was considering working at Ban, who had been contacted by one of their recruiters, and their recruiters have been doing a lot of work. They have been sending out a ton of cold emails and whatnot. And every single time somebody has contacted me about this stuff, I have always made sure to share my perspective and my worries about the project direction and the code base. And I also made sure that they would be aware of the things that were going on, that had happened at Ban, and that probably were going to, how can I say, essentially risks that they were getting themselves into if they were to accept. So in that aspect, I did what I could. And you know what? Maybe some people have worked at Ban, had a good time, made some money, and I don't know, all is good. But I don't think that this stuff should be a secret that only the people that you meet in person should be allowed to hear. And I don't know. I get that this spooks people, like this kind of stuff spooks people online. So you know, I'm sure that we'll take that into account going forward. Uh, but our duty is to the community, is not to people like Jared. And actually, I think that what is important of this is that, man, if we are not truthful with what we say, like, why the fuck would you even listen to us yap? Like, why would you waste your time listening to us talk and say things if you couldn't trust us to speak up when this shit happens? Like, when I say good things about Tiger Beetle, I don't say good things about Tiger Beetle because they are donating money to the foundation, or because I'm conspiring for them to get the bag. I'm saying good things about Tiger Beetle because I genuinely believe that they are doing a good job on a technical level, and because, as far as I can tell, Tiger Beetle is a great company. It's a company. It's not, uh they're not perfect. Nobody's perfect. The ZSF is not perfect. I'm not perfect. So I'm not saying that, every single mistake I will burn you to the stake or anything like that. But there are obviously, there's normality and there is egregiousness. And you know what? There's excellence, normality, and egregiousness. As far as you know, Tiger Beetle is squarely in the excellence camp as of today. My experience at the ZSF is also in the excellence camp. I would put Tiger Beetle in the egregiousness camp. Sorry, what the fuck did I just say? I would put Ban in the egregiousness camp. Yeah. Is the Weibo still under development? Hello, Cal NGG. Yes, it is. I am right now doing so the way I do things is that I have a few projects that have a non-trivial scope, and I cannot work on all of them at the same time. I find it hard to context switch between them. So the way the optimal way for me to work on them is to spend 3 to 6 months on a project. Well, 3 to 6 maybe sounds a lot, but let's say 2 to 4, maybe 2 to 4 months on a project where I mainly work on that project, and then I switch back to another project. Right now, I have my two main projects are Zine and the Zine ecosystem, so Super HTML, Ziggy, etc. And then the other one is a Weibo. For a Weibo, I worked for a while, but then I had to stop because there were some regressions in Translate C. And as part of that, I took that as an opportunity to circle back to Zine and give Zine some love. Before I did this, Zine had not had a new release in something like 6 months, maybe even more than that, maybe a year. I don't remember. In any case, it had been a while since I released it yet. So right now I'm doing some Zine work, and then I will circle back to a Weibo. Worst case by the end of summer. So let's say by September. I think I'll do that earlier, but I just want to push forward with this Zine stuff until I reach a nice point where to pause, commit, release something new, and then I can focus back to a Weibo. But anyway, thanks for asking. That's a legitimate question. What I can promise you, and I was saying this also earlier, what I can promise you is that I have not lost steam on it. I don't lose steam on my projects, not anymore. I used to lose steam on my projects when I was younger, but now I got to a point where I found the Zen balance required to be able to, run it as a marathon, not as a sprint. So, yeah. So you know what? Here's how one way of concluding this thing. Right now, it's a good opportunity to try out Zine if you haven't yet, because I've added a bunch of new cool things to it. And by the way, I think I really think that you see these railroad diagrams. I'm gonna make them Zine features, so you're gonna be able to create them in Zine in a triple backtick, like in your super markdown content. You will be able to put the source code to define these guys, and yeah. Yeah, there's a oh man, there's a few things that I need to do. Okay, man, I have so many things on my plate. Holy shit. Okay, I was saying that I wanted to engineer this a little bit better. So how do we engineer this a little bit better? So let's make the CLI application not suck. I think that what we want is really that. So here's, I guess, the first question. Oh, you know what we're gonna do now? Is this the Zig grammar? No, this is the grammar for this language. It's called Ziggy. It is Zig inspired, but it's a JSON replacement language. So that railroad describes the things that you can do with Ziggy, and it looks kind of like this. And then here's the funny thing: that diagram is defined as a Ziggy document, and I have an application that takes in Ziggy documents and produces those SVG diagrams. I have problems with finishing projects as well. That is fair. Shubham, here's a question for you. How old are you? And I will try to tailor my answer based on yours. You're old? 31? What do you mean, man? What do you mean you're old? And then you say 31. Are you wait, is this is this like a play to make me feel super old? So Eskil's made a talk about it. I think I saw it. Let me see if I can have any advice for you. So I would say this: if you are young, if you are a teenager up to your mid 20s, I think it is perfectly natural that you have trouble finishing things, because finishing things requires a serious investment of energy. And usually you are at an age where seriously investing energy into any one specific thing for long enough to produce good results, like, you essentially bite into a problem that is not trivial to solve, and if you want to see it through, then you will have to keep biting for a long time. Usually when you are at that age, the reality is that, how can I say, I think essentially your brain compass is designed in a way to not make you overfit too much into one specific thing, except maybe, I don't know, sex, I guess, or sneakers. People that get into sneakers. Okay, in any case, jokes aside. So your brain is designed to not make you overfit too much on something by that point. And the reality is that usually you really don't stand to gain all that much by putting in all that effort in and seeing the thing to the end. Yes, it would be like, in principle, you would think it would be nice to do it, but in practice, I think that seeing projects through to the end, it's ultimately like an act of sacrifice, whether you think about it or not. And when you're young, that is not yet the right time for you to make sacrifices. So I think that the fact that when you're young, you just lose steam and then want to do something else, that is actually healthy. Now, as you get older, usually, essentially, you will have had the opportunity to expand your horizons more. Ideally, also thanks to the fact that you didn't overfit when you were younger, and at that point, yeah, it makes a lot more sense for you to want to to be in the right mindset, to put in all the effort and the sacrifice to get to see something through, and then also reap the benefits from it if you did something that others benefit from. That being said, what I think the core idea is, though, is that there are also some other things that need to get into place before you can benefit from something. Like, regardless of your age, the point is that you you could do something that requires you to spend, all weekends for 10 years, for 6 years, or for 5 years. And then you did it, and then what it is that you get back in the end. If you just get a little bit of praise, then that might not be worth it in the end. But for some other people, like for example, by being involved with the Zig Software Foundation, I'm in a super privileged position. Everything that I say catches more attention than it would otherwise, which I find actually kind of a bad thing. I'm annoyed at the fact that people by default pay more attention to other people in a quote unquote position of power. I think it's so dumb. But it is what happens, and I do benefit from it somewhat. So for me, when I put in the effort to do something, you know what? This is part of it. Well, there's also a genuinely other positive part of it. I interact with a lot of people in the Zig community. I know a little bit better what people's needs are. So for me, it's easier to tackle something that I know has a medium to long term strategical value. For example, the reason why I made a static site generator was partially because I was opinionated about static site generators, and partially because I knew that the Zig community would benefit from having a static site generator that at least some would be willing to use, so that they could make static websites for their own projects. Like I built Zine so that when somebody makes a good Zig project, hopefully they get a little bit more motivated to make a website for it with documentation, with a little bit of marketing copy, so that more people know about it and more people join and start using their projects, and so that they can build their own community, etc. That was the motivation. There's also a third motivation, which is that unfortunately I couldn't find anybody to tackle this instead of it having to be me. But occasionally I guess I have to do the work myself. And so that's why I made Zine. But then let's say that you are not me, you're somebody else, and you make a static site generator, but which is fine, but you don't have the same, if you will, quote unquote connections that they have, which are not necessarily, connections that are important, are just connections within the community. I have a personal relationship with a few people that are doing things. And so they will be more inclined to use my software in the same way that I am more inclined to use their software, partially also because I know them personally. Like I'm using Flow Control because I think that it is a good editor today, and I feel confident that it's going to be an even better editor tomorrow. But part of my reasoning for it is also because I've met Neurosite in person. I've seen him work and interacted with him. I respect the way he does things. And so that plays a big role into my decision making. And I think the same applies also the other way around when it comes to other people using my stuff. So my point is, if you don't have quote unquote a platform, it's harder to make people care about your stuff. And so it is not irrational to lose steam after a while. So I guess the question is, okay, let's say that then I really want to do something and I would like to do the work, or ideally to get myself in a position where I can benefit from what I make. So what can I do? If that is the question, then I guess my recommendation would be to essentially ultimately interact with the community. So, but interacting with the community, if you will, in a quote unquote personal manner, if you can do it. So that means not just being in a community and shit posting in the chat server, but it means also writing blog posts where you explain your opinions, your perspective on things, where you teach people something that you know well. It means giving talks at conferences so that people can essentially, well, it's kind of the same as writing a blog post, but they also get to hear your voice, see you in person. Technically, you could say the same with making videos. So these are all things that will give you more visibility in the community, and that is guaranteed. But then again, these things themselves require to put in effort. And so I would not be surprised if you're trying to write a blog post and then you lose steam partway through as you're writing a blog post. So in that case, I guess what you want to do is try to do things in a incremental manner, because that never goes wrong, right? Instead of doing a big investment with the characteristic that either you push it to the end or you don't get any return of investment, and if you don't get to the end, I guess you want to do things incrementally. So maybe my recommendation would be join a Zig Day. Start by joining a Zig Day, see how it is for you to interact with other people in the Zig community, see if you like it, see if other people appreciate you, who you are, your perspective, your expertise. And I think that if you start from there, then you will have, going to a Zig Day is not nothing, but it is ultimately a relatively small investment if you have one that is not too far from where you live. If it's far, then yeah, you have to pay for travel, and that's more. But if you have one around you, you join it and you start getting a feel for whether you're successful or not with interacting with the Z community, and what is the tit for tat, the give and take that you get from those interactions. Okay, let me double check. Final revival. I would also add, regardless of your age, reduce your distractions to essentials. Don't act on motivation. Use discipline. I'll get to that in a second. Also, I know that we already covered it. That you've already covered it, but I'm happy to see Andrew, yourself, and the Zig staying punk. Thank you. Thank you. With with all the good and bad that comes from that, I guess. So on this point, I totally agree that discipline helps a lot. But I would still say that it is not wrong for your firmware, for your subconscious, for the compass that you have in your head, for whatever you want to call it. But it is okay. It is healthy for you to lose interest in doing things that you do not perceive as giving you a return of investment. That is a natural, built-in, form of accounting for your energy expenditure in your brain, and that is correct. That is good. That is okay. So there is, in my opinion, it is possible. It is, actually, I think it happens not that uncommonly, that you try to put effort into things, but you're failing at some of the surroundings, and you don't even maybe realize it, and that leads to subpar outcomes that disappoint you, whether you really perceive that in a conscious manner or not. They will lead you to tiny disappointments, and that will drain your energy over time. So being aware of this fact, I think, can also be another key aspect to not only being able to then course correct and maybe start getting some return of investment from what it is that you're doing, but also it might be an opportunity for you to then fully realize that that is not your path, and that there are other things that you are more successful at that will give you ultimately more enjoyment back. Which, by the way, doesn't, when I say successful, doesn't mean necessarily that other people, I don't strictly mean other people saying that, telling you that you're good or giving you money for what you're doing, right? You can be successful even in situations where you do things for yourself. So success, when I say success, I mean it in a very lax sense. But if you don't do this and you keep hammering at things that just give you disappointment after disappointment for all your life, one, you're wasting time, and two, eventually you will reach burnout. And once you reach burnout and serious depression, then that is going to be some more time that you will have to spend before you get back on your feet. So it definitely pays a lot trying to be aware that there is a system of economics in your brain with regards to where your energy goes, and yeah, and not forget about it. Side question. Is anything happening with Christoph IT Bork as a project? Bork is a little bit falling behind because I have a build of it on my computer that works, and I keep opening it, and it works well enough, and I don't feel like I need more features, right off the bat. So unfortunately, I'm being a bit lazy about it. I was mentioning earlier, I don't know if you were here, but I was mentioning earlier that I have a few projects, and for me, the right way of doing them is to not context switch too much because I'm not good at that. But instead, it's to spend 2 to 4 months on one project and then switch to another project for 2 to 4 months, do some work there, reach a satisfying, checkpoint, and then move back to another one and keep circling my my projects. And so that's what I've been doing with Awebo and Zine and Ziggy and Super HTML as of late. Bork has been out of this rotation for a while because, yeah, it works for me and I'm being lazy. And you know what? I will agree that it is a shame because new IO is out. Bork would definitely benefit from the new IO. Man, we have so much new cool stuff that could definitely go into Bork. And yeah, I should give it more love, unfortunately. But in any case, sorry, that is the state of Bork. So is it abandoned? No, it's not abandoned. But for now, I think it's correct for me to prioritize other things. And so yeah, which version of Zig can I build it with? I think it should say correctly in the thing itself. Holy shit, it doesn't even have a minimum Zig version. Holy shit, man. Who made this project? Yeah, great question. It says master. Yeah, it says master, but I wrote, if you mean in the readme, I wrote that probably a long time ago. So maybe you know this already. In case you don't, or in case somebody else in chat doesn't, when you look at a Zig project, a modern Zig project, there is in the zone file a field named minimum Zig version, which usually tells you what is not the minimum Zig version, but the right Zig version to build your project with. Zig is still unstable, so if the minimum Zig version is, 0.10, let's say, and then you have 0.16, even though the field is named minimum, as long as Zig is unstable, going far from the minimum Zig version, the more you push away from it, the higher the chances that the build is going to fail because something has changed in the standard library or something like that. Unfortunately, this project I have not touched it. I would say that this project is not modern because it doesn't even have, Bork, because it doesn't even have a minimum Zig version. So here's what I can do. I can look at the CI. Bro, I don't even have CI. There's a PNG file in there. Oh my god. Henry is gonna write a blog post about me. So I'm sorry, this project is still a little bit more messy. I got better at this over time, but Bork is still like this. Holy shit. But I have releases, right? I have pre-built releases out. I do have releases out, right? Okay, there's one from 2024, January 2024. Holy shit. Well, I wasn't lying when I said it's Okay, so there's a comment that says update to Zig 014. Yeah, because by the way, you know what? Because this is back when releases didn't even like versions didn't even matter much. I think because the package manager didn't give a shit. Or rather, no, maybe you know what? I was being messy. That's for sure. But these things have started becoming more important only nowadays. To be fair, I don't even bump up my version numbers in my libraries. I only bump up my version numbers for projects that I build releases for, like Super HTML and Zine, because I break backwards compatibility with my own users. So I mean, it's what a mess. So I'm sorry. I guess the answer is that you should be using Zig 014. Which actually, you know what? This tracks because I've never done the upgrade to the new reader writer interfaces. So there's that. There was a PR that somebody closed, I think. Yeah, it's unfortunate. Some people opened a PR for Zig 016 and I haven't updated and I haven't merged the PRs, and apparently they got bored by having the PR open and they closed it. So that's fine. Yeah, but you know what the problem is? I want to upgrade my project myself because I know that it's a lot of it's an annoying chore, and people are actually genuinely being nice, doing that themselves and then offering their work. But for me, every time I do this, it's an opportunity to reevaluate decisions and take a stab at reducing some technical debt that I left somewhere. And so it's a part of looking of doing a moment of contemplation of where my project's at. And so I rarely merge PRs where people upgrade my stuff. It's unfortunate. Say something harsh. Don't ask for permission, Grey Hatter. Say it. It's fine. Also, don't use that as an excuse to say things that you think are not okay to say, though. You're getting your ego in the way of a useful project. Maybe I wouldn't phrase it like this, but I would agree that I am egoist when it comes to my projects. Yeah, no, I don't care. That your like, again, I would use a different phrasing, but I think your criticism is ultimately fair. I'm egoist. I want the learning, and I don't want to give it up. That is something that I always done in my every job that I had. I was never willing to give up my learning opportunities uh, for my employer or anybody else. And yeah, that is still true today. I'm sorry. It's my project, and I'm juicing all that I want from it, and that's just how it is. But yeah, that's fair criticism. It's part of the deal. So yeah, sorry, Bork is a little bit behind. I'll circle back to it. So you can either use the 0.14 version or the pre-built executable, or I guess technically you could check out one of the closed PRs and look at those things from the eyes of a 0.16 project. But also, for example, here's another reason why the 0.16 one is potentially problematic. It involves the new async IO, and like it's a big change. Like the 0.15 update, you could argue maybe it doesn't change much, but the 0.16 update introduces async and await, and yeah, I don't know. It's unlikely that I will not have a ton of opinions about how to do that stuff. So anyway, okay, let me make some progress here. Okay, so how do we make this? Oh, okay. Here's what I'm gonna do next. This is gonna be cool. Enough yapping. So, people that have not seen this yet, sit down get some popcorn if you have them ready. Do not go make them because that's going to take you too long. But so grab a snack, maybe, an already made one. But here's how it works. We have a type definition that is used to deserialize Ziggy documents. This is my definition of a node that ultimately describes the diagram graph. And I have a main function where you can see that we read the input Ziggy file from disk, and we deserialize it into a dictionary of diagrams. Diagram is the definition that it's not raw node, is diagram, which is the top level settings plus plus the list of nodes. Actually, I'm gonna move body to the bottom. Not that it changes much, but anyway. And then these are and then the nodes, technically it's slightly more complicated because technically the nodes are these. They are what you put in the Ziggy document plus some framing around that can hold runtime layouting information. So the whole thing is slightly more complicated, but at its core, this type is what you end up mainly using for deserializing your Ziggy document. And we have a schema for it. And the schema is ultimately the source of truth, is what users will get in their editor as they are editing things and they say, okay, what can I put here? The schema will tell them. And if they have all the Ziggy tooling installed, they can check their own documents against that schema, which is essentially what the LSP is doing just in real time, but you can also do it with tooling. And so this schema has to be in perfect sync. And you see here that this schema describes a document that is a dictionary of diagrams. So this has to be perfectly in sync with my Zig type. Is it or is it not? We don't know. If you were using other tools like JSON, what you would do is that you would take the schema and use the schema to generate a Zig type that is guaranteed to be compatible because it's generated from the schema. The problem is that, though, in this specific case, we actually have a lot to gain by mucking around with the type that serializes this stuff. For example, because one key aspect is the ability to sneak in every node layouting information so that we don't have to make separate allocations for that stuff. That really helps performance a lot. So where am I going with this? We need something that checks that these things are compatible, but not through a mechanism where you generate this type once from the schema and then you're not supposed to touch it anymore after that, which is the only way that you can guarantee that it's going to be kept in sync. You generate from the schema. You also need to make sure that whenever you change the schema, you also regenerate this type. But then the moment that you start touching this type in your source code, then you lose the guarantee that it is going to stay compatible. Maybe it will, maybe it won't. But today, Ziggy does not have tooling that allows you to generate a type definition from a schema. It's not that hard to make, but I haven't done it yet because I've done something better. What I have is a build step that you can put in your build script that during the build will read the schema, will take in your Zig definition of your type, and it will look to check if it is compatible or not. And so that's what we're going to do now. We're going to set that up. I believe that, so first of all, it will find incongruencies. It will find that my type does not map correctly to the original schema. I think we will also incur into a limitation of the Zig type schema checking compatibility tool because I believe I've not implemented this. I've implemented having a field that is a slice of other things, but I think I've not implemented this one. I might be wrong though. And in any case, if I haven't, this is going to be my opportunity to implement it. But in any case, the end goal is having a build step that will fail our build the moment that we modify this thing in a way that makes it incompatible with the schema. Well, which is in this specific case the state that it is already in. So that's going to be the first thing that we're going to see in the build once we wire it up. But in any case, this is the tool, and I have not seen this anywhere else. I'm not saying I do not know for a fact that this is entirely novel, but I would say it is novel enough for normal people like us. So maybe there's some enterprise grade tool that does something like this, probably. But like, do you do this with JSON? Do you with JSON have a tool that looks at the JSON schema and checks that your types are compatible with the JSON schema every time you compile? I've never seen that. So how does this work? Well, we go into our build script. I will have to open Ziggy in another tab because unfortunately ZLS right now is broken on Zig master branch because Andrew changed the build system a lot and they are in the process of making the integration work again. So unfortunately, I will have to do essentially, I will have to manually go to definition instead of being able to do that in the editor, but such is life. I decided to use the latest and greatest, and that was my choice. So, how does it work? We go into build. We look at the build script for Ziggy, and there we go. Add type check step. So that's what we want. So, how does this work? Every time we build the executable, actually, wait a second. Do we put this in the executable building or do we put this in a test step? That is a good question. Frankly, I think the making the executable building depend on this step is not a bad idea. You could argue that what we're doing is a test, but I think it's fine to be, if you will, a type of test that we run every single time. Although, wait, no, there is one downside. What if a dependency is using our stuff? If a dependency is using our executable, then for them to be able to build this executable, they also would need to have the schema file on hand. Should they have the schema file on hand? Should the schema file be part of the one of the paths that gets kept? Probably yes. Okay, let's not be, you know what? For now, I'm not going to be too experimental. I'll just do a normal run-of-the-mill test step. And it's going to be fine. So const test step b.step test run tests. Then const run tests. Well, actually, I need to define tests, right? Oh well, no. In this case, it's just my custom step. Okay, so my custom step is gonna be check schema, and it's gonna be add type check step. So Ziggy dot add type check. Unfortunately, ZLS is not able to help me match. Add type check step. Okay, what do we put in there? Project. So B target. Target is the native machine. What does it want me to provide a target actually? So different optimization levels, I totally get. Different targets, like providing the target, I don't know. Well, okay, so wait. I'm building tests for different targets. So in this case, I would be building tests for different target. If I'm doing that, I want to run this test on different targets. So that's fine. Okay, so target, optimize, and then types, and then schema path. Okay, so types, and then schema path. And schema path is going to be b dot path dot Ziggy schema. Okay, so this is it. We're missing types. Also, wait, can I do this? Does this work out of curiosity? No, it doesn't. Okay, just double checking. Okay, so we need to define our types module. So how does this work? Types is a, so const types, so the types mod is a b dot create module. Root source file is right. So the way this works is that we need a dedicated file that only exports the type definitions that we need to type check. In our case, and they need also to have a matching name. In our case, it would be that we want to export, we want to expose diagram. We only want to expose diagram. Frankly, raw node does not need to be public. Wait, is this a thing where we could literally just keep everything private as it already should be and call it a day? So normally what I would recommend is to create a dedicated file for this purpose. But in this case, this doesn't need to be so. Although, you know what? Having a dedicated file anyway, it's a good practice, I think. So cd source and then touch schema.zig, schema check, schema dash check or schema underscore check. Yeah, schema underscore check.zig. So what do we put in schema check? So this needs to be pub const diagram equals at import root.zig.diagram. I mean, that's kind of it. That's essentially what we want to check. Let's see how that works. So there's that. There is nothing else that we need to import. Add type check step. Blah, blah, blah. And then test step dot depend on. Because this does not give me a run step. It gives me just a step. Yes. Okay, so that should be it in theory. Maybe I'm forgetting something, but I guess we'll see. Zig build test. No field on any function. Add type check step. Oh. In build.dependency. Oh shit. Okay, so never mind. Okay, that explains why things were weird. Oh, whoops. Ziggy dep. There you go. No field or member function named add type check step in build dependency. Right, because that is not Ziggy dep, that is just Ziggy. Okay, so I needed to import the build script and I was using the dependency instead. That's me. Error, no module named Ziggy available within module types. Right, so this guy does need a Ziggy import. Haha. File exists in module Ziggy and Ziggy 0. Right, that is the problem. Okay, so that's actually, that is correct. So, okay, I'm dumb. So this needs to be import Ziggy. Sorry, import... I am doing this wrong. I need to import our own module. What's it called? Just mod. Okay, so railroad. Yeah, okay. Okay, that should be better. I could not figure out how to import Ziggy from my build script before. Happy to get an example. Yeah, so the way it works is, sorry, I'm doing silly stuff and getting into silly errors. But the idea is that you can add import a build script. If you do add import from a dependency name, what you get is their build script, and that gives you access to their, utilities essentially. Okay, what am I messing up right now? File exists in Ziggy and Ziggy 0. So this is now okay. Source schema check. Wait, did I not save this file? File must belong in only one module. That is suspicious. That is suspicious. Also, what is this file? Oh, it says it's root.zig. What am I doing wrong, though? Because I thought I fixed it. So this is totally a correct error for what I was doing earlier. But now this is correct. I'm not using root anymore. Or wait, am I doing the funniest thing in the main file by any chance? Okay, let's look at all our files. This imports railroad, that's fine. This imports Ziggy, and that's fine. Oh, it's main importing root.zig. No, it imports railroad correctly. Oh, and okay, I am weirded out by what's going on. Let's figure it out. So previously, it is correct. Previously, I was trying to import the root file directly in a wrong way, but now I'm not anymore. Now I have a module that has root.zig in it, and then I add zig as an import to this module. Then I create an executable that has its own module rooted in main, and main has both railroad and Ziggy as a dependency, because main itself needs Ziggy as a dependency. And then there's our type check, which is a module that is rooted in schema check, and schema check has railroad as a dependency. Yeah, that is all well and good. Why am I getting I'm gonna leave the Zcash just for good measure. It really seems weird that this would be the problem. That said, it never hurts to delete the cache occasionally, partially because it grows giant. But I don't see how I could be causing that same file in two different modules anymore. I guess we'll see what happens now once it's done building the maker. But I don't think that my current setup has problems. And yet it does say that, okay, I think I understand what's going on. It is saying that the same file exists in two different Ziggy modules. And I think these are two different Ziggy modules because they are being instanced differently. Yeah, okay, I get the problem. This is a Ziggy dependency instantiated without any target or optimize being passed to it. Well, this one has them being passed in. So if I do this, this is now going to work. I do find it weird though. Okay, so now it's working and we see schema type node slice requires the Zig start field to have a default value. This is diagram.body. So this is the schema checker running and correctly noticing that we are not fulfilling the schema. That is correct. So ampersand. The slices need to default to an empty slice in Ziggy schema. Then diagram node is of kind struct, while schema expects union or enum. Right. That is fair. So node, as I was saying, this is row node. This is the union that the schema expects, but I'm wrapping it into another type so that I can keep track of runtime information. So how do we square this? Because the way it works is that I have in here, and I'm starting to think that maybe I should put it not at the bottom. I don't know though. But I have in here this. You know what? This is so small that I will bring it up all the way to the top. Too much. Where's node? Okay. So how does this work? Well, ZLS would tell us normally, but it can't in this case. So we can go find this stuff in deserializer. Actually, no, I think it might be in root still. Yeah, so the way it works is that we need to say which role our thing is trying to fulfill. And we want to say that this is an any role. Oh, snap. But if we say that this is an any role, then it's not going to check anything. That is sad. Oh no. Have I come up with a system that is too complicated? So I have a container here, dict and slice. I think we want a case where this acts as a union, and then we pass down the union value that is wrapping. And this should be a doc comment. Okay. So we're gonna need to add support for essentially having a struct fake being a union. This is I think this is useful. Um thank you. Okay, so I guess we'll have to code this. Ah man, I was not looking forward to having to touch the schema checker, but essentially we're using. I guess we're doing a new use case. So type checker. So do start the equal names. Blah blah blah. Validate the container. Man, I haven't touched this in a while. So validate the container. Guess what if we see a struct? So here it is. We have a struct and the schema says that it should be a union, and then we complain. So now we want to complicate this a little bit where we say, well, about that. If the schema kind is union, well, where is the struct metaprogramming thing? If roles is any, we return because we don't do any checking. So I guess in here we can look at option.roles. You know what? This might not be the optimal way of doing it, but let's just get this use case going. So if option.roles is union, essentially we want to recurse. So we want to return um, validate the container called on the right type, essentially. Either that or we want to loop on switch, but I don't think we want to loop on switch. So let's see. Uh, Wait, I was saying where did I put that? But it's in here. So why are we? Oh no, it has to say. Sorry, it has to say container, not union. Okay, so let's see if this works. If it's a union and the struct claims that it acts as a container for a union. Okay, then we continue validation using that union, and we'll see how that goes. Like this whole thing, I think is more general than just this, but this is the use case that we have at hand. So I'm going to then run railroad test, but I'm gonna fetch Ziggy, or rather fork Ziggy. Diagram node is of kind struct, schema accepts union or enum. Okay, so we we do not seem to have done much good. Also, this can be done better. Okay, there we go. So this is, should not have changed the fact that we something is not wrong working though. We're still saying is of kind struct, schema express union or enum. That is annoying. Why are we not getting in here? Like it seems that we're not entering these cases as we should. I don't think there's the same message everywhere. Anywhere else, sorry, because the while schema expects union or enum, that is the only place I think where we have this. Yeah, that's the only place where we use this warning. So, so we are literally not entering this thing. Have I? Oh, because I haven't filled it out. There we go. So roles equals dot container equals dot union equals row node. So we were not advertising this correctly. And so understandably, we were not getting the feature. There we go. And now we get a nice crash. Reach an unreachable code. Type checker 118. Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay. So this is what I was referring to. Here's what we are getting here that I haven't covered. It's the case where something is a pointer. That is what's missing. Okay, so if it is a pointer, if it is a pointer, well, actually, wait, this surprises me somewhat because how are we not, where are we doing the slice thing? Elsewhere, I think we are taking care of slices already. Yeah, here we're taking care of this stuff. But for now, here's what we can do. We care about size and child. And we essentially continue with the child. So it's this. So we recurse on ptr.child. Okay, let's see where we go. Perfect. So let's see. Now it says choice index items, schema type, node, slice, requires the struct field to have a default value. Awesome. Missing field, optional sequence. Missing field 0 or more. Missing field 0 or more, skip. That is correct. These are all cases that are in the schema that do not exist in my type definition. And this is an instance of a slice that doesn't have a default value. In Ziggy schema, when something is a slice, it is implied that it can be omitted and it defaults to the empty slice. So let's go fix our types. So now I can go to, well, actually I'm already here, root.zig, and somewhere, I mean, I can do them one at a time, but we can also see that these are clearly, there's clearly a few examples of this. In any case, choice index.items. So where's choice index? Here. So we run it again, and it will have more complaints. So I will delete those, I think, for now. From the scheme, I mean. I don't think they are necessary. They were part of the original design. They are syntax sugar. I'm just taking them away. Okay, let's see how we do now. Optional sequence. Oh, optional sequence, actually, I think I want to implement, but I haven't implemented yet. So I will... I'm going to comment it out temporarily. And now we pass. And now we pass. But wait, this surprises me a bunch because I don't think we are correctly... I think there's something in the union use case that we're not correctly implementing in the type checker because, sorry, here. If I think about it, why am I not getting complaints about these types not having a default value? So this one gets checked, but I think we are not doing a good job at checking union cases. If a union case has a slice, that slice... Oh, no, you know what? I'm saying something dumb because you cannot give default values to union cases, can you? You cannot even do that. How does this work then? Because if I do this, this is the tag type. So this is correct. Structs need to have the nullability stuff, which, by the way, let's see if it works correctly also on single item things. So I removed nullability from a thing. I should get a complaint. And I am. Schema type optional node requires the Zig struct field to have a default value. Okay. So yeah, so never mind. We are checking things. I had a moment of brain fart. when it comes to unions. Well, there we go. So now we know that our type is schema compliant, and we know that we are not lying to our users. Have you heard of T2 package manager and Linux distribution? Yes. I've seen occasionally the live stream work. If you ask me if I like understand precisely the scope of the project, you know, the cool ideas, I do not know much, to be honest. But yeah, I've seen the work. Do you work for codename Madrigas? What? Is this a These Nuts joke? Okay, so you know what's funny is that it might seem a little bit anticlimactic, but this is it. Now we have guaranteed that our schemas are compatible. And like how okay, let me give you like a practical example. Here in diagram, we have some placeholder values that we skip. They are skipped by Ziggy because these are only runtimey things. Let's say that I add a new one. I'm gonna add a new one, and then I forget that it should be excluded, and now building fails, and it says that diagram.foo field not in schema. Not bad. And so I know that I either delete it or I need to add it to the list of skip fields. Again, it's funny how run of the mill in the end is. Okay, the hardest part was the fact that I was getting Ziggy with two different target and optimization modes, which is suboptimal. But that is it. That is it. I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy with how ultimately trivial this is. What's the best AI sorter for huge history searches? I don't know, man. So we added a little bit more. We added a piece of functionality. So I knew about the pointer thing missing. I knew that I was missing this. I forgot that I was missing this. But in any case, now we have it. And this is a pretty advanced use case already. So anyway, Zig build test. Perfect. Okay, so we can update Ziggy. We can update Ziggy in Railroad. And now we can test without forking. And it works. Okay. So there we go. We now have a guarantee that the schema corresponds to what it's supposed to be. You know what? I think I might want to implement at this point the missing construct. So we have a lot of very nice constructs already. Maybe we could implement the missing one, and then after that, um, so let's think about what are the steps towards release. I think we need to engineer the CLI to make more sense. So we need to engineer the CLI so that it can be both used to output a HTML file. Actually, you know what? I don't even maybe you should be able to output the HTML file, but more importantly, you should be able to start a live web server with hot reload when you're editing, right? Like what is the deluxe experience? The deluxe experience is that you can edit this in a browser. Now you could say that this could be just a feature that you limit to zines so that you get more paying customers. I'm joking, but if it's not too much effort, uh, right? It wouldn't be bad that you do. Let's say that this executable is called Railroad. You do Railroad dev or something, and it spins up a web page, and it starts watching your input file. And then as you edit your input file, it just hot reloads. That would be cool. We could depend on Neurosite's file watcher. We would have to write the web server ourselves, though. And the web view could also be better than this. It could even have like a tab, like a button, some framing around each SVG where it allows you to switch to the source code so you can look at the source code of it. That looks, that seems a cool idea. I think we should do it. Yeah, and I think this HTML file should be served from memory, frankly. It doesn't have to exist on disk. And if you really want it on disk, you save the page from from your browser, I guess, or you download it with kernel. I don't know. Yeah, and the funny thing is that um, what do we replace on reload? Do we refresh the entire page? I don't even think it's necessary because we could send over the individual SVG files without changing anything else. We could regenerate the SVG file, compare it with the original one, and only send a notification of the ones that changed. Huh. Yeah, I mean, this is an optimized thing where we know what we are changing, so whoops. Okay, yeah, let's do this work. So maybe we can get to a point where we commit. Yeah, there was like since the last comment, a lot of work has happened. Okay, so this is delightful. Um, let's add long running, file watching, and um, and web serving. So Zig fetch save neurosite. I think it's called Nightwatch. Without the dash. Protocol error. Is it on Codeberg? No, it is present. Maybe I'm just typoing it. Okay. So, um, oh yeah, I was typoing it. So we have type Nightwatch. How do you use it? Okay, let's see what it says in the README. Oh, Zig 016. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That might be a problem for us. We'll see. Try the default or polling mode. FS events requires Xcode frameworks. Low FD usage. KQ, they're only. KQ default, KQ dir only. Let's see, by default, the KQ backend opens one file descriptor per watch file in order to detect modified events in real time via eField vnode. At scale, 500,000 files, this exhausts the process FD limit. In our case, we're lucky because we are going to have to watch between 1 and 2 files, no more than that. I watch create quick KQ dir to select directory only KQ watches instead. This drops FD usage from big O of files to big O of directories. The trade-off. Modified events are not generated reliably. Workaround, watch individual files directly. With a path passed to watch is a regular file. The dir variant attaches a per file KQ. Watch and emits real-time modified events exactly like a default backend. The only directory 3 watches are affected by the mutation valve. Okay, I'm not sure I followed the whole discussion, but I think we can make do. Like, we're fine. Okay, the way it works is that you have to define a handler. So you define a handler, and then the thing hits the callback on change. Hmm. Where can I find people who will write Zig code for me as I describe them what I want to write on voice chat? Well, if that's what you're looking for, my recommendation, dear friend, is, I guess, step one, get some of the VC people to give you a big pile of cash, which then you can use to, um, well, convince people that know how to do stuff for you as you yap in voice chat or whatever interface you prefer. Okay, so with this architecture, um, is there anything problematic for us? No. Essentially, the only thing that we are missing from this, like the piece of glue that is missing from this, um, is is a channel. The only thing that we're missing is a channel that allows us to grab events from the channel, apply changes, send out notifications. Ooh, setting this stuff up is exhausting. But we can do the work. So, build.zig. We want to add Nightwatch to main. Thank you. So, Nightwatch. Okay. So the build integration, the build script integration part is easy. Next, going to main. Okay. We also need to improve the CLI, but for now, let's leave it as minimal as it is. Read the file. Okay, so here we are looping. So here we're doing the rendering job once and then calling it a day. Okay, let me think about it for a second. Actually, even though I installed Nightwatch, I think the step one is to set up the web server stuff and start serving this file from the web server. That would be step one. We set up the web server and then we integrate everything also with Nightwatch. Okay, so yeah, instead of actually doing the work, let's start a web server instead. Essentially, we want to run the server on a concurrent thread. I guess we want to run the server on a concurrent thread. Oh man, I haven't done this in a while. My brain is tired. Oof. Um, so let's say that there's a function called run server because we will want to concurrent it. So let's call it serve. You know what? I think I'm gonna straight up lift this stuff from Zig. Okay, how does this work then? Well, true. Okay, we pull from a queue of events. Change, connect, disconnect. Server is an instance of server, and then we call to start on it. Yeah, this is like the old architecture where essentially we just spawn a new thread every time. Wait, no. We spawn a thread to run serve. Yeah, this is not updated to async and await. And then here we spawn a thread to handle the connection. Okay, oof. There is some typing that we have to do, huh? Okay, so first of all, we need the host. Address is buffer. Right, because this is like this. Man, there is so much work here. Holy shit. I'm too low on sugar, I think, to feel like tackling this now. Yeah, there is some work that needs to be done to get a proper live server set up. Oh man, and also I have to figure out how to do it with async and await, which I think it's gonna be an improvement, but it's more stuff to do. Whew. What am I trying to do? I want to add essentially a live server plus file change detection system for the railroad diagram thingy. And that's it. Yes, so it auto reloads changes. Mm. Let's just say that the sad thing is that it's stuff that I know how to do, but it's I I feel a little bit mentally drained. I haven't done it in a while, so I have to remember all a ton of like tiny detail, annoying details and things that you have to worry about, and I feel tired. What else it is that we can do on this thing to ease into it? You know what? To help myself ease into it, here's what I'll do. Let me undo some changes so that I unbork the application. So here's what I'm gonna do. Let's model the CLI. Let's have a nice CLI so that then we can do things. The CLI is gonna help us like be a little bit zen about it all. So once we get arguments, let's do so there's gonna be subcommands. So we're gonna say that a subcommand is gonna be an enum, and they can be help dash h dash help. Then um I guess we want build and then the editor. Build, and then what do we call the other one? Serve dev. I think that the other command should just be, well, you cannot not give it any argument. So in this case, I think serve is necessary, or dev, or live. I think I like live as a subcommand. Live. Yeah. Okay, so it has to be one of these guys. So let's find out which it is. So there's string to enum. Wait, where's the opposite? Did we miss the thing? Wait, what's going on? Let me look in Zine main. What are we using for this? String to enum. Oh yeah. Am I dumb? Yeah. Subcommand tag name args at 1. If args.len is lower than 2, then it'll help. And I think there's nothing else. But anyway, hey there, tell me, does Zine incorporate semantic HTML and JSON LD markup? Also regarding AI, we create pages in question answer or entity description format. The main question is, what features does Zine offer to help content appear in AI search results? Does Zine incorporate semantic HTML? No. Does Zine incorporate JSON LD markup? As in, you generate JSON LD in a templated fashion? Currently, no. I think that I know that some of that has to do with like sitemaps and stuff, and that is a use case that I plan to cover. Regarding AI, what features does Zine have offer to help content appear in AI search results? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. Or rather, I mean, with all due respect to whatever your use case you're trying to achieve, my general impression is that you don't need to help AI too much with figuring out what your content is. So as long as your content is reasonably structured in a way that you fully are in control of as a user of a static site generator, then AI should be fine. Like AI doesn't need you to put necessarily the article and the section HTML elements to figure out which part of the page is the main content. That being said, you can obviously use those in HTML. So when you're using the HTML templating language in Zine, you can use those tags. There is nothing in the system that will nudge you towards using them, but they are there for you to use, and you can use them. You will have the ability to wrap your markdown in a article tag if you believe that that is beneficial to you. But the system is not going to be opinionated about this stuff, let's say, in your place. That's it. What I can tell you is that I've heard from more than one person already that they had a good time using Zine while having an LLM generate templates with Zine, because the LLM was able to figure everything out when reading the official Zine documentation. And guess what? The Zine documentation on the Zine website is a Zine website. So they were able to make it work. So I guess that was good enough for them. I don't know. Maybe they can be good enough for you or not. I don't know. What do you think goes into making a decision on when to use static allocation versus going, e.g., going tiger style versus dynamic allocation with arenas, etc.? Oh man, this was quick and easy question, huh? What goes into that decision making? Well, Tiger Beetle has, as far as I can tell, as an external person, has a perspective when it comes to software development, where for them the value of a feature is tightly coupled with that feature being always available and not being a source of disruption. So when Tiger Beetle supports having a second client connect to it, then it expects you to have uh, configured the server to support having two clients connect at the same time. Like you literally have a setting that defines how up to many clients you can have connect at the same time, and that will influence how many resources Tiger Beetle will pre-allocate, because that feature for them is useful if it doesn't cause disruption. So having the ability to have an unbounded number of clients potentially connect to Tiger Beetle without having you to state that in the configuration and have Tiger Beetle pre-allocate that memory at startup, while that could be in theory a useful feature, you could argue, they don't support it because that is a type of feature that could potentially cause out of memory crashes. And so for them, it's low value. Other projects don't have that same perspective on things. And, it's not necessarily a philosophical, like an ideological thing. Oh, you have to do things this way or that way. Depending on the context, like the Tiger Beetle is moving money around, it makes total sense for them to want to be reliable infrastructure. But there are other cases where the software is not as critical, and having one more feature can be more valuable than not having it, even if that feature is not perfect, introduces a risk of running out of memory or something like that. So when you are in this second case, you will probably want to rely on dynamic allocation more than Tiger Beetle. So, and it's a perfectly legitimate choice. So really, it's a matter of your design. What it is that you want to keep dynamic, fully dynamic, what it is that you want to keep partially dynamic, what it is that you want, like a configuration startup level type of thing, what it is instead that you want to hard code in your application and make it instead a hard limit. And so once you start looking at the software that you're building from that lens, it will become clear to you where dynamic allocation is, in your opinion, worth the potential versus not. One interesting example of this, so I've been working on this diagram generator, and here's one nice property of this diagram generator. Once it has initially built a graph of nodes, like it deserializes a description of the graph, and as it does, it heap allocates some nodes, or it puts them in an allocator, whatever that allocator is using under the hood. But then after it's done with that, layouting and rendering the diagram does not consume extra memory, because layouting just modifies what's already there. It does not allocate more stuff, and rendering also doesn't buffer the output, because it can immediately flush it out to a writer, so to a file, for example, without buffering it in the middle. Or rather, sorry, there is some buffering going on because you want buffering when printing, but without the need to accumulate and then maybe do some extra transformation at the end and then flush it out only then. But here's a problem with this approach. Look at this. You see this dashed thing? Because of how the layouting works, this dashed box has to be rendered before we render this element here. And the result is that this element here ends up partially overriding the box. So how do we solve this problem? Well, the solution to this problem is to keep track of where boxes should be, delay rendering everything else, and then render these guys last. But because you can have a dynamic number of these boxes in your thing, then you have essentially to heap allocate. It's a dynamically sized number of things that you have to keep around as your algorithm plays out. Or well, that's sorry, that is one way of doing it. Actually, I said something horribly imprecise. That is not a universal truth. There are other approaches, but one way would be to heap allocate. Let's assume for a moment that heap allocating is the only option that you have. So what do you want to do here? Do you heap allocate for rendering these things in the correct way or not? It's a choice. In my opinion, since SVG things are not that hard, they're not that resource hungry, and everything else, and there is value in having perfect visual fidelity, I will fix this. I will change this so that we do not render these boxes on the first pass and we only render them on a second pass. So turns out that it's not actually heap allocation that I really need in this case. It's not necessary. What is necessary is go from a one rendering pass to two rendering passes. But yeah, this is it. I hope this helps answer the question. It's really ultimately a question of where do you want to take your where is it that you want your software to go? And if you've never done this type of work before, like you come from Python or JavaScript, this is it is normal that you feel like you don't have like a feeling for what is the right choice, because that's a muscle that you never exercise. That is if you've never done lower level programming, that is a muscle that you just don't. It's a dimension that you never had to deal with, and it's which in some ways is good, but in others it's unfortunate because it's a delightful and a deeply important part of the design of your software that you've been essentially locked out of your entire lifetime, like your entire life, if you've never done lower level programming. And it's huge. Like, being aware of this stuff can influence your software in very cool ways. So my point is, while I cannot promise you that you will love dealing with these extra problems, if you will, for me it was amazing, and I think there are very good chances that you will end up, if you care about software design, you will end up really deeply loving having this extra decisional power. Also, because the nice thing about this is that it frees you completely from ultimately silly ideas like everything needs to be object oriented, everything needs to be clean, everything needs to be DDD, everything needs to be this, everything needs to be that. Not to say that these ideas are, not that those things are like entirely wrong. They're not. But oftentimes they're about like, should I organize this thing this way or that way? And then you forget completely about what it is that you're asking the machine to do. And the end result is horribly inefficient software. And when you stop doing that and you start being more aware of what it is that you're asking the machine to do, a lot of programs that you felt were out of your reach immediately come into your reach, and you can do things that you were never able to do before. And there's some of it, I guess a good chunk of it ultimately plays out as being able to write more efficient software, so software that runs faster, which is nice. Although, to be fair, yeah, it's not all there is to it. But I think also in part it helps you create more maintainable software, because you replace some, with all due respect, somewhat arbitrary metrics that have no direct connection with the physical reality that you're dealing with, which that is the machine, and instead you replace those with things that really ultimately hit at the physics of running software, and those are like maybe not exactly impossible to change, like setting stone things. They're not strictly rules of physics, but they are much more universal. And so you will like, I don't know, it gives you a completely different perspective on software. Sorry, I haven't been answering questions. Is this math? These are railroad diagrams. I wrote a software to make railroad diagrams. I can maybe show you if you want. Although, you know what, I was in the middle of building, so let me see if we can let me see if it builds still. Of course it doesn't. Oh, Nightwatch does not support no field name release mode instruct build. Well, Nightwatch, it's been a pleasure. It seems that it's not your time yet. So it turns out that what I was attempting to do earlier is not something that I can even do yet, because some stuff needs to be updated. Oh shit, I need to take it out also of the zone file. Okay, so now that I'm back in compiling shape, just to give you an idea, okay. So here's how it works. I don't know. Diagram for Daniel. And what do we put in there? Body equals. I'll do the do you want to be the railroad thing. So it's gonna be a choice. And the choice is gonna be between terminal, do, non-terminal, you want, then non-terminal, to, actually, we're gonna make this a comment. Okay, so you write this, you run the program, refresh the page, and there we go. Do you want to build a railroad? Wait, we can even make it nicer. I'm gonna use a choice middle. There you go. By the way, this is wrong because this is a choice, so it's not do you want for real. It's one or the other. It looks good, but it's it's the wrong thing. Let's make it right. So how do you actually say do you want? Well, that would be a stack, for example. And there you go. Do you want to build a railroad? And you want to compile Zig to railroad? No, so railroad diagrams. Let me show you the most popular railroad diagram on the planet. Actually, does anybody know? Chat. Quiz time. Let's see if you've been paying attention. What is the world's most popular railroad diagram? If you really like software, first of all, name all software. Second, you should be able to tell me what is the world's most popular railroad diagram. Regex parser. There are plenty of those. There are examples. They tend to, like the ones that do visualization, they do that. There we go. ReQ20H knows what's up. Yes, it's a JSON grammar. Absolutely. Everybody has seen it, right? So JSON has these railroad diagrams that explain how it's structured. And yeah, essentially, these are handmade, I believe. Like, they're non-standard. They have been optimized according to the taste, I think, of who created them. But in this case, with this is automated layouting, right? There's like these concepts. They use some UML library. Okay, cool. But it seems to me that it's not like the things that maybe that is a library that allows them, more fine grain control, and it's not entirely declarative. This approach here is entirely declarative, though. You have stacks, you have choices, you have also these or choice horizontal, for example, just to give you an idea. So I have all these elements, and so what is this here? This here is the railroad. It's the full set of railroad diagrams for the Ziggy data language. So the whole reason why I ended up doing railroad diagrams in the first place is because I have my own JSON replacement language, and I wanted to give it railroad diagrams. And so as I was doing it, I have now this library that takes in, yeah, it's absolutely, it's self-hosting. It's self-hosting for data serialization languages, I guess. So I essentially made this thing where you create a Ziggy document that gets consumed by the program that produces these diagrams. So there we go. And then I plan to put it here. What I have here is this is work in progress. This is not yet complete. I've been making them better, but this is what I've been working on locally. So I'm gonna publish those on the website. I will not publish the diagram for that, Daniel, though. Sorry, I'll just the Zine one. Sorry, just the Ziggy ones. But yeah, now you know. That is the story of what I've been working on, and at the same time, I've been trying to make this tool also nicer to use. So that it can be used on the CLI independently. SQLite has great railroad diagrams. That is a good point. Yes, that's fair. I have seen railroad diagrams a lot also in SQLite. I think they're not the only database that has that, right? Other databases have some of that as well. But yeah, the SQLite, you know what? Maybe we can put SQLite ones as at the second place. I would still think that JSON wins these hands down, though. But yeah, these are nice. One could argue that they have too many arrows. But yeah. Can you visualize a neural net with it? I don't know. I think you can conceptualize stuff that has some form of ordering that makes sense. So I would say that maybe if you can somehow map subcomponents of your neural network, maybe yes. But if you like try to map every node to something like this, I don't think you would get anything particularly nice. Are we using SVG++ inside or like some native Zig SVG parser? I'm not parsing SVG. I'm generating it. So the library that I'm using for generating SVG is, let me see if I can find a good example, is the print function. I'm printing. I'm printing the SVG syntax. In this case, you really anything above this is overkill. I can promise you, because I'm not processing the SVG. I'm analyzing my own graph of elements, and then I'm essentially formatting them. I'm pretty printing them in, if you will. So um, it's as basic as it gets, and that's definitely good enough. Okay, so what's our help menu? Uh, usage, railroad, command, options, commands, two spaces. Okay, so commands, live, then build, and all the help ones. Okay, this is it. Live, build, help. Okay, so command, and then I guess we want to switch, send this on multiple functions. So or else fatal help, switch command. So live. I guess we can call a function called live with args 2 dot dot. Then build. Okay, fatal help. Okay. And so actually, essentially, this is our main function. That's it. So build needs IO, an arena, args, And actually, I don't think we want to make this able to return errors. We don't want to use try. We want to catch and print a proper error message, everything for everything that we do. So what does build look like? Actually, this down here is essentially build. So let's say const build cmd build command. It's a struct. So build. What does the build CLI interface look like? Also, we can also do const help, and we make it a string. So this is going to be the help menu. Usage railroad uh, build, and then it needs the file name, the input file name, and options. So let's do it like this: options. And let me find as an example serve. Where's the help menu? Oh, this one doesn't have it. It's the weird one. Release command specific options. Oh, I think it should be wider. Yeah. What should this default to? Output? What should we call it? SVGs? Diagrams? Diagrams. Okay, so output defaults diagrams. Then I think this is it. And what we're missing is input file. Where how does this positional stuff work? Does Zine have anything positional? No, Ziggy does, I think. Let me see what Ziggy says. Path. like input Ziggy file and then options. This is actually not optional. Like this has to be here. Technically, we could accept more than one file, but we don't. So this is going to be this. Okay, so this is fine. I think we also should have another command. We should have install schema. Okay, so this is the build command. Let's give it a new function. So that means that we have input file, input path, and then we have output path, output dir path. And we make it optional so that we can remember whether it was, where do we put the default? I think it's fine to have the default be here in the init function. Okay. Oh, actually, this is more annoying than this. Um, let's do it this way. Yeah, if this starts with that, okay, there we go. Now we need to do input and we're good. The starting point. There we go. Could actually do the same for the other ones. Okay. So we are parsing the build command. Now we need to return it. I think I want my erroring extraction. I don't want to use fatal. There we go. Okay, so we're parsing. We don't know what an allocator is. Okay. Then when we build, the first thing that we do is const cmd build command init args. There we go. Read the file. Okay. Actually, maybe this is correct as is. Okay, so we have this now going on. This is printing the output thingy, but that's not what we want. We want okay, I'm gonna copy this above and comment this stuff out. We will repeat it eventually, but for now, here's what we want. First of all, there is no out writer. There's many of those. So um, we want to make an open path for that directory. So output directory create third path open IO subpath is cmd dot output third path. What options are there? Open permissions and permissions. We don't want to do anything special regards to that. And of course, this can fail. There we go. So in our loop here, I guess maybe we should loop multiple times. Like first, we loop over all layouts. Then we so here's the problem. Layouting is supposed to be able to return errors, and right now this is kind of janky because I haven't implemented full proper error reporting for layouts. Although I know how to do it, I just need to do the work. So for now, I guess it's fine as is. So instead of this, what we want is um, out there dot create file IO subpath. Also, wait, what does create file atomic do? Okay, does create an unnamed ephemeral file that can eventually be atomically materialized into subpath. The return atomic provides API to emulate the behavior in case it is not directly supported by the underlying operating system. Okay, so you write to the temporary file and then you plop it into place. Um, I mean, I don't think we need that. Subpath is gonna be. Oh, this is gonna be interesting. So subpath we need to format. So bar. Oh, name buff, right? So I guess what we want as a file name is to compose the file name, but also to somehow we would want, I think, to take a string and like escape it or polish it so that we can be used as a path. But I don't know if we have this. Base name POSIX, base name Windows, component iterator, their name POSIX, extension, parse path. Maybe it's not this. Maybe it's outside of path. No. Uh, it would be nice to have some kind of like file name sanitizer thing. Well, I think anyway, for now, it's fine. So cdfs dot path dot base name component iterator their name POSIX. Oh, FMT as UTF-8. Oh, wait. Am I dumb? There is stuff in here. So there's FMT as UTF-8 lossy. What does this do? Returning formatter for a potentially ill-formed UTF-8 string. Ill-formed UTF-8 byte sequences are replaced by the replacement character according to the substitution from chapter blah blah blah. So I guess this is kind of that, but not really, right? Because we're missing some more stuff, I think. Uh, but I guess it's fine. Okay. SCD FMT unlock print. Actually, we want a buff print. Buff print name buff. String is s dot svg, and the argument is base name of key. Okay, so we finally have that. Exclusive lock truncate. What do we want to truncate? Yeah. Um, okay, there we go. There's that. So with this, we are outputting the various files. So oh, rather, sorry, we are creating the file, but we need to still write to it. So const file equals. So the file writer is file writer is also this needs to be var. File dot writer IO file buffer const w equals file writer dot interface. Okay, and that finally gives us the ability to print, but this time we only print a diagram. Do we want the new line at the end? I don't think we want the new line. That is the one from the outer scope. Yeah, that's not a thing anymore. Okay, so with this, we have implemented the ability to output to a directory. We're missing live and we're missing install schema. Expected 3 arguments found 2. What else do we want? We want an arena locator. Yeah. Expected type constraint found blah blah blah. Oh man, I made this mistake so many times. Okay, let's see. Expected type usize found blah blah blah. Yeah, I forgot the dot land. Expected type void found error validation. Right. Also, we were forgetting to flush. Exactly like constraint, found no space left. Oh, this one is catch unreachable. Actually, this is not catch unreachable. Never mind. This is technically possible because you could be writing a name too long, so we need to report it. I think it's fine. Okay, next error. Expected tuple or struct argument found constituate. Here we go. Usage railroad command options. So this would be now build Ziggy. And then this, oh man, okay, so and this has created diagrams. Okay. And if I open diagrams and I do preview, some show up, some don't. Open and ending tagged mismatch. Huh? They look terrible. It is interesting. It is possible that an SVG file requires more preamble than when you embed it in an HTML file. I'm guessing. And it really hates them. There's a G. There's a G. There's a G that opens. Another G that opens. Another G that opens. This closes. We have two. We are two deep. Three deep. 2, 1, 0. Huh. Okay. So there's something embarked with our SVGs that we need to figure out. It shouldn't be too terrible though. Okay. Give me a second. I'll take a quick bathroom break, and then we try to figure out what else it is that we need to do to generate SVG files, because these files looked fine in the browser. So what's up with that? We need to figure it out. 30 seconds, and I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. And I have a Coke with me. Okay, so yeah, what's wrong with my SVGs? You know what we could do? So we could go look at the file SVG spec and whatnot, or we could ask a clanker. We could ask DeepSeek uh if it catches anything very quickly. Um, so that we don't have to think about it. Honestly, the SVG spec is not one that I want to get too familiar with unless I really have to. So for now, I'll go with the lazy route. Oh, I'm logged out. Okay. Well, life is so hard. So according to the LLM, we're missing the SVG XMLNS thingy, and we're missing stroke and feel. Well, we'll see. Okay, let's do the XML XML thing, and let's see where that gets us. Uh, to- 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 mm, Frankly, I would add it at the end so that it doesn't bother me, so it doesn't obfuscate the important stuff. Hopefully, that's not a problem. Okay, so yeah, that was definitely a problem. What a story. So we're missing. That was one thing. So I think that the LLM gave us good feedback. So we need stroke equals black and fill none on paths. Huh. Okay, so here we have our path thingy. We're definitely doing better. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that as a temporary measure, oh, you know what they are missing? Wait. I know what they're missing. They're missing the CSS. You know what the problem is? We are not embedding the CSS in the SVG. And I think that when we generate them as standalone objects, they need to bring their own CSS with them. Of course, they need to. Huh. So I guess, you know what? This is something that the original tool probably dealt with, and we should look into it. To SVG, to string. Yeah, there we go. They were doing this. There's also the X link stuff. Okay, the moment that we want to do links, I guess we'll have to take a look at the X link stuff. But that still does not answer the question of how this should be output. Let's look at the Python one, because the Python one I think has to create files, right? Okay, is there a .svg? There's a lot of SVG mentions. Mode SVG. No, this still does this. Oh, man. Damn. Damn. CSS in SVG file. Okay, so the X link is another thing. Oh, you put a link? Yeah, but that is not enough. We need to be able to embed it. It can also be linked with the add import rule inside the CSS style tag. CSS has its own CSS properties and values. Some of them are familiar or similar. So wait, you can link, but you cannot embed. So does that mean that we were never able to produce .svg files, like independent .svg files at all? See data. Okay. It must be right after the SVG opening tag, so you can do some of this stuff. Okay, let's do it and let's see how that goes. Hmm. So unfortunately, we're not gonna be able to use this as a format anymore because we need another argument. We need embed CSS. Or no, we pass it from the outside. What am I doing? Okay. Um. Okay. Oh, there we go. Oh, there we go. We're kind of in business, except this one complains. This one has a mismatch. Opening and ending targets mismatch. G952 and SVG. Okay, this all looks good now. So it turns out you should just need to embed this stuff. There's an opening G that doesn't close. Let's see if we can figure out who the curve bit is. Oh, this has a group and a sequence. So this is very simple. It's either the group or the sequence who is fucking this up. This one has a lot of stuff. This one has a lot of stuff. This one has a group. This one has a sequence. There might be more than one instance of that problem. Okay, so let's see if we can figure it out. Let's look at sequence and group, I guess. Actually, let's look at diagram first. There's a G that opens here. There's a G that opens and closes here. There's a G that opens and closes here. There's that. There's that. Also, I think I'm gonna take out the extra stuff from paths because I think those are not necessary. The CSS does the styling, so that's fine. This opens and closes. This opens and closes. This opens and closes. This opens, and it doesn't fucking close, and it's sequence our curve bit. Ha! And now there's no more complaints. And they all look good. So it seems that we have succeeded. Let's see if these are really necessary. Does not seem that they are really necessary. Okay, success. So we have the ability to generate files then. So ability to build is there. We need to be able to install um, the schema. So this is not bad. We need the file watch. We need the schema stuff, and we're not in a bad spot. We're definitely not in a bad spot. Okay. Okay, that is done. Uh, that's a lot of tabs open. Yeah, I know. That's my thing. I do that a lot. Okay, so this is actually pretty good. Um, I don't feel like doing the web server next. The web server requires effort, more effort than I'm willing to put in. I think this is gonna be it for me. Yeah, I streamed for 4 hours and a half. That's a long stream, longer than I expected I would do. We can generate the SVGs. We are, I think, essentially halfway through with the interface stuff. Really, once we have self serving, yeah, at that point, I think that we are in a good position. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah. So I think this is it. I'm happy with how this is going. So thank you all for hanging out. I hope you had a good time. And yeah, I think I'm gonna call it a day. So thank you all for hanging out, and I'll see you